wait for the green light. YouTube is online. Twitch taking its time. Should be good. Okay, so welcome to the second part of the stream. Before the break, I was working on object placement logic. So, quick recap. We have a model where we have the representation injected as a scene, and we have position data to keep position 3D nodes, inside which we are going to initialize other interactive objects which may have their own positioning. Can't think of a case like that, but technically it is possible. And this shape, to have a visual representation, has a static body with two collision shapes, which lets us select this trellis, or in the case of object preview, lets us do things like this. Let me just fast forward the sunlight. Here's a pepper plant. So the goal is to move this pepper plant over the trellis area. We know how to detect the trellis thanks to that static body with collision shapes. Then we have to trigger a function trellis script, oversimplified, which will give us a possible position. Meaning, if all the 5 positions designated for this trellis is full, there won't be any space. So we will show the cursor that nothing can be done with this object. Or we will actually move the preview to one of those spots. Maybe also move the mouse position too, so it will look like it's, because there's already some kind of disconnect between where the mouse cursor is and where the preview is, because the preview is snapping to round values, which is like -1, 0, 1. There's a grid system there. So we were just writing that script where we are trying to get available suitable places. I was thinking how we can detect it. These two things are working tandem. Interactive script is a subclass for container. Container is responsible for finding a suitable place, not interactive. I might actually alternatively move it in interactive. Depends. This is all happening organically. But the intention of like the player will have this intention. I want to place this object inside another. Where do we handle that logic is a moving target. This is not used anymore, or never been used. Yeah, I actually wrote that the signal is not listened by anything. So So that's the plan for today. We are trying to implement container logic. Not going to happen. Since we are previewing stuff, so the preview logic is starting exactly where in planting panel by is a wise idea. Well, it was back then because normally you should not start previewing at this level. This is going to open a different interface where you're buying the product. Only after you acquire the product, it's in your inventory, select it, and then interact with your garden. At that level, will trigger the preview. But at some point, this will be triggered. So I will just write a comment here so that this could be tracked under. This preview mechanic will have to be code somewhere more logical. So then I can later remember it. The thing is, I think this to do only lists you the to-dos for a chosen script. Why can't we just see the whole project? If I choose multiple ones, well, can't really. Kind of weird. Kind of makes it a bit useless. That's just that. And if I'm searching script files for to do, sure, whatever. It's not what I was planning. Okay. Pepper. This actually should. I need a previous script. This is previewing. There was some logic about this. Oops. Copy. Find in files. So this is just that. This. Okay. This is to implement. It's fine. It's a bit clumsy. I don't think this should see. Let's remove all these eggplants. Why? Let's remove the beans. Now this trellis has 5 available positions indicated here. We select planting. When we enter this area, this is the trellis. There's interactive. So if I'm close to this area, cursor should snap to this area. I am here, it should snap to this. When I'm close to the back panel and moving my cursor left, it should snap to one of these 3 points because all spots are available. So we have a similar problem that I still need to know somehow kind of local of the paper. All right. Because the way it's still moving is respecting the path. Like say when I'm here, I think I need to be making calls to the possible growing spots. If one is available, just snap instead of doing it this way. Let's see where this. So instead of calling it directly like this, where we have to actually make some kind of calculation, but this calculation can only be done in the container script, because container script is assigned here, which uses this interactive base script. But then it's becoming more and more obvious that the suitable place I want to use this interactive for other game objects too, so let me think of the architecture. We will have storage units. You won't be necessarily placing things in visually. It will be more like click, a menu pops up, show their content, like an inventory screen. It's an interactive item, so it should have basic logic like without the germinate assets. So container script, only extending a basic interactive script makes. And then for storage units, you could have an inventory script extending the interactive. So then you could have plants. If plants are going to be clickable, plants can extend interactive, but not necessarily container logic. So interactive script should fire a signal for I think there are some stupid decisions that have been made already. Let's simplify them. If instead of firing this all, okay, let's open that preview. This is firing in preview. It's firing here. If this is going to fire, this should already fire the. Which is kind of a weird topic because now I want to take this line to this line and just replace it and say, you know, preview this with this position, which is going to change. But and instead of keeping an is previewing false and true, you just have either preview mode is on or this event bus should not be responsible for. And if the game script is checking that, it should actually check it from preview. So when you are previewing, this previewing is true. You are not previewing is this, okay? That's it. This may be, okay, this is going to be maybe two separate things. Maybe position, maybe past. That position is no longer kind of relevant, so let's keep it separate. So if I cancel this, at least save game. This is going to have its previewing. Yep. Done. Pass no longer has you. This is not used. Active position. Take this. This could still stay here. On by pressed. Okay. So when we call this is already turning on previewing. I'm showing it. As soon as we hit cancel, we are actually hiding it. Now the next thing is to germinating it. We just need to fire another signal when we are moving around. I think this is the reason why I want this into so that this object would also tell, well, I have an interesting question. When we are over this, it's actually firing in that makes container script extending from here, but parent is still threads, which is interesting. So you actually know your parent. So instead of entity position and this position, going to this is sounding more and more like do the preview here, or I have to pass some stuff into. Out, not needed here. If I'm here, I'm moving in the object space. Beautiful. So why don't you fire an arbitrary signal? Say it's like entity seeking place, which is essentially position. And this is code here. So this is the wrong part. This should not be handled. This should be kept in. Beautiful. Whatever this is passed right now, this is passed position information, which is not needed because that position will be found. Awesome. So we may alter this script so that as soon as it finds one suitable place, it actually gives one. Or we do it this way. Find suitable places. Find a suitable place may actually return the first and of course this array might be empty too. It's null. Do something like kind of this. Because I also have to check the mouse position is I need to be checking the distance. I'm still going to be passed some position information, just coordinates of the world space. Okay, going to be a vector 3. What we are trying to do here is this, so forget about this function. When entity is being positioned, so we need to do something like coordinates. Need to keep an array or something for distances. Okay, so this is going to be a pull real array. Okay, not like that. It's like that. When you do it like this, does it do it for you? Does it consider as a from an array? Let's start from an array. Yeah, that will be converted like this. Yeah. Okay. If the coordinates just need to take the distance. And here we need to do some kind of minimum finding. But for now, can't you just take the distance? Oh, because there is no conversion here. So I wish they actually brought this support in here. You would do something like this. Okay, this is not possible in current syntax. When you do something like this, this as works on coordinates, I believe. Because this will work, this distance too. So I'll just piggyback on that. So the distance to possible actually, you know what? I'm doing something wrong here. Coordinates is not a multiple object. It's world position. Okay? It's actually so what I need to be checking is to against the position 3D, which is all the places. So I'm kind of writing the suitable place and the shortest. Okay, that's fine. So do something like this. And because I call the group growing spots, I'm now actually calling it growing spots. Your growing spots is okay for spotting growing spots. You could actually do the minimum bit here. By default, this distance is actually going to be no longer needed. You're going to do something like min-max problem here. You're always trying to find the minimum. The minimum is what's in distance, and whether this distance is less than or bigger than coordinate. This coordinate has become world position to the spot. Okay, and this is where something else has to happen. This is going to either replace distance or keep this. And of course, we are not kind of interested in the distance itself. We are interested in which spot is meeting this criterion. The fact that you are bitching about is of this bin. So here, I think we need an if this guy is less than something else. Okay. Divide and conquer. Divide and conquer. Find distances. Write this mother. Funk. Our original plan. Pull real array. Pull real array. An empty array. This should be an already variable. Okay. You don't need to find growing spots every single time. It is either there or not. Or this thing. Need to store this in distances. And role position. It's a vector 3. The spot. Done. Now we could find the minimum in this. Okay. Okay. This is going to return a full real array. It should bring you some. Can you find the minimum of the array by using a method? To sort it, and then when we sort it, we get the first index. You see the minimum. Well, there is already minimum. Question is, this thing doesn't have. I actually thought pull real array was extending array, which would actually have the minimum and sort method. Turns out it doesn't. The point. How can, is it really the case? Sort? Well, then why should I keep? Can just start an array, turn an array. It's less efficient. This I can get the minimum, which now gives the distance, but it is not giving me which spot has the least distance. Same old problem. Okay, this is working fine. It's useless. I think I need to just keep that as a reference, but I need to write it. Find the closest spot. Okay. based on world position. Vector 3, which actually returns something. Which returns position 3D. Yes, sir. This logic still kicks in here. Keep that. Fine. So this is now going to be, we are going to have can we write a custom sort custom? That's the beauty. Okay, this find distances is sort of okay, but I'm kind of writing it up above. This is going to be a separate logic. So find spots. We already have those spots. This is sort of an array. This is growing spots. I kind of want to have an array of positions, which is those groups. I want to custom. Okay, I need to create a copy of, and I don't need this anymore. So this is just going to be a copy of growing spots. Okay, here's a copy of it. Because I'm afraid if I sort it over the original one, I'm probably gonna screw something. I don't want to mess with that. Okay, so then spots is an array. Spots should be an array. Imply spots sort custom. Okay, object then function. Function makes sense because we need to write a function sort custom object. What the hell do you mean? Why sort ascending AB my custom sorter object. Okay, that object would be self, and then this I don't need to. If I need to make this kind of sorter a bit more global, I'll worry about it. It's always passing fine. This is why I need to pass a dictionary. If I only store the distances in an array, I need to be passing objects. So that objects property or an array of array. So spot 1 distance, spot 2 distance. I'm going to rinse my cup. So when I am collecting the spots here, this is too simple. I need to store suitable places in an array of array, or a dictionary where I'm keeping the position node itself as the key and the distance as its value. Although I actually take this shamelessly. So if A is less than B, it's the short descending. Going to be an array of illustration as usual. Big steps. Find suitable places. Is this spot suitable? We should also be checking for this. Only then we actually put the distance in. Here's the place, spot. I'm calling it suitable spots. Everything has become spotty. Suitable spots. Spot in here to be is the spot suitable. Spotty. This is going to involve a lot more. First, here's the distance. Spot is 3D. Just need the world position of on entity position. So this actually has to call this mother. Okay. This is where we calculate the distance. Spot distance to, or we could actually do it this way because it works both ways. Instead of checking the spot distance to world position, check the world position distance to the spot and register that spot. Suitable spots. Done. Return it. Find suitable spot. Then after you find the suitable spots here, find suitable spots. Now this has to be passed to sortable. Var suitable spots. Here's your array. Okay. Find suitable spots is also returning an array, so we code completion done. These three functions are solid. Find distances. I think it's just redundant at this point, so closest spot is kind of what we are here, which is going to be in suitable spots. I wanted to sort self. Here's your function. Your function call is over this. This. Okay. This is going to sort suitable spots. I think this should just be done once. Sort custom. Problem is, this is actually sorting over the array. So the array itself has been sorted. So this should be done like, because it's not chainable. Now suitable spots has been sorted, theoretically. So the first index is an array of the distance and the spot itself, which means that we can now find the closest spot, which is sort of like this. Here's an array. is this turn readable spots. 0 is the 0 index. First is the object itself. We are bitching about this. Find suitable spots needs a world position. And this is no longer needed. This is only going to return. This is not going to return anything. This is actually going to find the closest spot. Find closest spot. Okay. This spot is the position. This will have a translation property. This translation is the position of the asset we want to preview. And we now have to pass this to the preview. So the preview is not quite responsible for see, now we remove this, so we are no longer okay. Interesting. There's some kind of disconnect and redundancy there, but we are on the right if we are going to keep this, which kind of makes sense. There's something elegant about simplicity. It's as if the event bus needs a different signal group. Something like a container container interaction event. Here's the signal. And but this is still giving the position information. But is it still in local space or not? Too few arguments or find the closest suitable spot. Moment of truth. And everything is 0. Let's rerun. Interactive, ground interactive, that's good. Here's the preview. Interactive. The fact that this is not happening, I think this is not firing. Is anything firing this? Nothing is firing this up. Because this should have been fired by this, which is then going to fire this, and this is okay. I'm gonna bypass. Okay. This is the world position. We shall see. This is going to be what the email it. What if we are not hovering? Is this still firing? We are fine. As soon as I go over this ground, it's going to give it. It's gonna say, well, what is the closest spot? There is no spot because the array is empty. There is no such index because we are where. Because I'm always in previewing mode, whether I'm showing it or not. Because I'm not writing a finite state machine. So the game always thinks it's in preview mode. I could easily check if suitable spots is or not, but I should only limit this if I have a closest position. Means if I only have can you return null? And we do something like this. If closest position exists, print it, emit the event. Actually, you cannot take the translation of something that is not. Don't do that. And this is actually not position, this is spot. Assistant. If there's a closest spot, that closest spot's translation is the entity position. This shit doesn't work. So what was this conditional or GD script? Actually, that was called something else. The side effect. Or is kind of fallback. Actually, Boolean or, yes. But here's the problem. I don't think it actually gracefully fails here. Instead of this not existing and falling back to this, it's out here. Forgot the name of that functional. It's a side effect. So suitable spots might be empty because there may never be suitable. In this case, it's empty because the ground doesn't have any position in front. And let me go back to the game world. Actually, that's in sample. This is still using interactive. Okay, this is using contain. So interactive is actually firing this to the world. Container interaction. What is actually interesting is that when I'm over the ground, which is only interactive, it's actually supposed to fire this, but if oh, this trellis static body being a container, is it listening to the ground? Oops, that's bad. That's happening. If there are suitable spots, return this. Else return null. So I'm going to keep the mouse outside the game area. This is okay. As soon as I enter the game area, actually, let me just do this too so I see the print. Mouse entered ground. Swell. Mouse entered raised bed before exiting the ground. I just entered interactive. That is good. However, I am not seeing this. Means there is no closest spot. Which can only mean that this is null. The fact that it's null means that there is no suitable spots. Either there are no suitable spots. Why? Let's debug this. If I'm here, I should at least have something filled here. Let's do that. fact that it's actually not even coming there, which means this is not firing. Container interaction. I think this is where I will also have to do some kind of check. If get parent is what, a container, but container will be the built-in container, the class that I'm writing. Also need a class name. I'm going to create a receptacle. Cannot rename it. So where is the script? Oops. Why can't I see it? Because it's here. I don't. What are you talking about? Receptacle. Here's receptacle extending interactive. What do you mean expected end of? Oh, receptacle. Only then maybe you actually. Receptacle couldn't be fully loaded. Cyclic dependency. Yeah, I'm gonna go cyclic on you. Just smarten up, man. GD. Okay, time to still complaining about. The fact that the receptacle was kind of never part of the tree properly. Is this path not correct? It is. The receptacle is extending from interactive. But now that it's actually the block. Scripts interactive. just for a custom icon base class. And here's the path. That's what we are doing. Script isn't fully loaded. Plus name interactive. If get parent is this. Cyclic dependence. I mean, for this to happen, it's as if, oh God. So when we write this, the fact that receptacle extends interactive, it thinks of this as a cyclic thing. Um, but so where can I make this? We can't do this here. And going to be part of the trellis. And this is also going to be receptacle. Okay. You are going to write this in the receptacle script. So you could actually, so this is going to fire anyway. And because eventually you are going to come to this area, this might just work. So let's move this here. Here's ground, raised bed, all good. Trellis, attractive. So far so good. Nothing is blowing up. Now we need to enter the preview mode. Here goes the preview mode. And preview position is always set to 0. This is where I was hoping I would actually see this, which, but it's kind of redundant because I'm firing this only to be listened by this itself. Is this even firing mine? That's the problem. I haven't checked that. Are you even? Are you even happening? Are you even happening? Are you good? Only firing on this this bad boy. So question is this the same thing as the other one? And if same case as this one. I'll just call this directly. So don't do this, do this, do this. Find you spot. Okay, sport. Clear. All good, all good. Going to find you a spot. It's not it's actually firing, that's good, but the preview itself. Okay, this is the fact that this is firing is actually very reassuring. Now I can actually come here, say breakpoint, suitable spots. It's an array of size 0. That's not good. Suitable spots, find suitable spots, world position. This is always going to give true. Actually, no, false. Actually, this is all wrong. Okay. If you have no child, then your spot. The fact that this was more than 0 is this was false. There are no spots. Let this go. Come again. Okay. Now I'm expecting you to fail here. That is some invalid thing. But what is suitable spot? I'm actually hoping this is going to bring some. And the fact that this is failing is because cannot convert argument 1 from object to vector 3. Distance 2 from object to vector 3. Oh, spot is a translation. Non-existing custom in base nil. That says whole separate problem. Spot sort by distance. Okay, before you give this error, this should this be filled in. Start again. Suitables. Okay, 5 suitable spots. That is good. Each one of these is these positions, and they will have the distance and the position itself. There's going to be size 2. I have no idea. Okay, size 2. 3 is the distance. Object is one of the position 3D objects. 3D4. Okay, that is reassuring. This piece of chocolate goes in. It's always the same position, but it's something. So just want to write it down, the position. That position, one of the position 3D nodes and station value or some arbitrary. Let's look at this. That's the one, because it was actually first outputting 3D4 as the. So when I'm in this object space, it always finds this corner as shortest distance. So even when I'm here, also, what am I checking what against? Another thing is I'm actually rounding that world position that's coming. It is also not smart because now I actually need those. This bad boy. Um, where are we doing the? This. So it makes sense that I see it when I'm close to here, but when I'm coming from this direction, I should see a different set of values. And yet, I'm pretty much seeing the same value. That is not good. So when I put this click position inside, which is this, I need to be checking this. So between this world coordinate, which is the first vector 3, and 1 out of 5 possible spots that I'm checking against here, that here's all the suitable spots with their distance, suitable spots. This is actually giving me the distance and the spot itself. When I get to this point, I actually want to see that. Okay, kind of there. What's the suitable? Here's distance 0. Here's object. Here's another distance. So then I'm trying to find the I'm trying to sort it. Spot sort by distance. So when I sort this out, is this even actually doing it? Yeah, like say 3337. This is higher than this, and then this is lower than this. So it's actually going down, and here it's actually lower and higher because there's that corner piece. So when we sort this, naturally this fourth one becomes the shortest one, which is this 3D4. But why is it always 3D4? What is this 3D4? Why is this always the closest one? I think I'm kind of here, and I would expect this one to be the, which is this thing, just a position 3D. Okay, so let this go here. So I'm going to approach from the bottom part. This is now triggering it, and when we get to this point, the fact that this is here, it's not sorted. But when you get to this point, this is actually find suitable spots is after you are sorted, before you find the closest spot. So when you get to this point, the closest spot should be position 3D. So you are here. Is this position 3? It's the same fucking. Which means this motherfucker is not doing his job. The suitable spots, like look, let's look in. Here's the smallest one, the suitable spots. This is the lowest value. Look at this object. And yet that's still the. I understand that this result makes sense in terms of this value, but this value realistically should not be the low. Unless. Oh boy. How do we get this root? Did get 3? What was it? I'm focusing on different problems and just what was it? Get root node. Godot. Scene 3, yes, that is. And yet, I swear, when I'm writing this, it's not bringing that. Now, when I'm pushed about it, it's going to bring. It still doesn't. Well, then it's not my mistake. Translation. Share this. Here's your get 3, get root. But this is this giving me the whole game root? Get parent, get no. Just wanna kind of get this really. Get parent, get parent. Or no, you know what? What is this? Receptacle. Get parent is what you are going to smart ass. The fact that I'm seeing different values in the second print all makes me optimistic. It's still two similar values, but I am actually. This might just work. And then all we need to do is this. That should still be added to the value when we do the position. This. Let's do the preview. Shall we? Darn. When we do this though, we are still not previewing. That is the problem. Something has to turn on the preview. I have been forgetting that. But something else is doing, which is okay, but this is supposed to do the positioning. Which should only give you the preview position. Run this. Okay. That's why I did the experience. I wanted to snap, but it's still not firing. The fact that this is always, forget about this. The entity position is always firing, okay, which is here. Preview position. What is your preview? I don't think this is changing. That is the problem. It's not going to fire here, it's only going to Okay, now I'm not previewing because actually I'm not previewing at all, which is why am I not? Should be in preview mode. This should be firing on entity position. Oh, because I removed that fucking. But I'm not doing it. Nothing will happen. Will it? New event has been assigned, so nothing. That's it. That's it. That's it. Now, I'm in here. Now I should be able to get out. We'll figure that out. So we spent sort of a few hours to move things from normal world into this object space. And now we have to figure out a way to sort of get out. This is exciting. I should be able to. There's a bit of boo-boo here, I think, because these three positions should not be here, but should be here. It's either I have them wrong or my calculation is wrong. Because if these three are kind of coming here, I don't quite know why that's happening. I hope that's not happening because this object has been rotated in the world space. But I think I'm on the right path. The logic at least is promising. Let me check the chat if you guys have questions. So for people who just joined us, so we are trying to create a preview system. Script. So last week we had the preview system where this pepper plant could freely move in the world, but you should be able to plant the seedling in this trellis area. So instead of freely moving it, we wanted it to be placed in the designated spots here, the trellis. So when we enter this trellis area, if your mouse is over here or anywhere here, it is actually comparing the distance to each one of these 5 possible spots and snaps the preview model to the closest spot, basically resulting in the fact that, well, okay, maybe you want to place it here. So I have not tested the click. It was working before where we clicked. There was some actually position error, but let's click and see. I may have removed that click logic. It was here. And it is actually going to fire this, but this was the old logic where we were actually putting it in the game world. Yeah, we cancel this. This now has to be firing in, not in the interactive script, but in the receptacle script. So we should actually take this. We could actually. The fact that the preview is not cancelled is also a little bit concerning because it should have fired. Let's either way, this is going into receptacle. Okay, there should be an if case here. Case is basically when you have this, should Entity preview cancelled. Should have hidden the preview. Unless something else is re-triggering it. On entity preview, something else is triggering it, and I think I know what that is. Entity, which is okay. Before that, let me just write this thing here. And there's the whole conversation about what asset I need to be adding some here. Um, can I at least do something? Can we create primitives here? Primitive new. Just for argument's sake, var cube. Can you do mesh? Create try mesh. I thought there was a way to. Oh, that's. Primitive mesh. There was a way to create a primitives cube mesh. Some kind. Generate an axis aligned cuboid primitive cube mesh. We say new. Not this. Not this. Cube mesh. New. Use your cube. Can you just add this cube to the. So this is to remove the children from preview. That's not going to run for now, but that's not what we're interested in. So here's preview. When we click this, we have an error. Child in spatial. Yeah, whatever. We are trying to put something. Okay, I'm kind of rushing it here. There should be something, which is this. Now place this object. This. Click. Now place this period object. That's going to be the next. I want to double check this object rotation topic. Let's go into sample level. 3D. This Mr. Trellis here. 180 degrees. Let's rerun it for a good measure. One, two. Shit. See, it's the 3 at the back. And 1. The cursor is kind of wrong. That's why like it's blocked. Going to rotate the camera. Sort of. Let's move this way. Okay. 1, 2, as it's supposed to be. 1, 1, 2, 3. It's a bit finicky. Maybe as a helpful indicator to the player, I can actually put some kind of light or something that indicates, okay, here's a growing spot. Because they're not going to know where they are. But the fact that now there are only 2 positions in the front versus 3 in the back, which is supposed to be here. Okay, and that logic is inverted because this is 180 degrees reverse is the problem. Because now see all the fronts have become back. That can only mean 1 or 2 things. Either I'm calculating the correct distances and I'm actually finding the correct spot, but when I'm passing the final position, which is here, then I'm passing a wrong position information. When I did this test yesterday, I put 2 eggplants model in the front and 3 beans in the back. And it was rotated like this. There was no problem. So it is not a problem of rotation in the sense that all this is sort of reverted. That's nonsense. This position information that I'm passing for previewing is wrong. Must be this area. And this is where I was actually debating whether this should be world position. Because I'm always checking the world position against the possible spots. This should still work without recompilation because it's always firing when I'm doing this. Here's the problem. It's sort of freely rotating and I think sometimes it'll snap. Oh boy. There's a bit of snaps. I see the snap. That's good. And then a bit of snap here and there too. Zoom in a bit. See, there's a snap there. Then it's too sensitive. So this is the world 0, 0, 0. When I'm here, I'm in the minus x, minus z, some possible y value. Okay, I'm in this object space now. Just look at my cursor. I'm still in there. Normally, when I'm in here, like I'm kind of pointing at the top of this trellis. My goal is to snap the plant to one of these 3 spots, which is kind of the case when it's like this. Although the position information is fucked up. Sorry, um, the position objects are sort of reversed. There should be 3 designated spots here, not 2. Like this seems correct to me. I think that there was one here, one, but then they kind of look like those 2 are the ones that were supposed to be at the front. And it's as if they are kind of reversed. You know what I should be doing? When it's actually snapping to this, I should actually output where to which one of these am I snapping, and then I'll know for sure it's the closest spot. Position 3D. Okay, could you give me your name? Thank you, sir. You are position 3D4. You are. Okay. Let's start from here. So this one is 3D4. The bottom, going to do some kind of visual map here. This one is 3D3. This one is 3D5. Which is proving my point, I think. We'll see. This back part is 3D2, and this one will be just 3D. Yeah, see, this is my goal. When I'm actually pointing at the top, I'm actually only moving in the X direction. I'm still within the trailer space. Only moving a little bit to this axis will bring it like sort of here. Anyway, it should give you some kind of flexibility as long as you stay within the trailer space. Now, let's look at this from top, shall we? 3D to, according to the game, is this, which is rendered here. So yeah, these are flipped. It's as if these 2 have become the back parts, and the back parts have become the 3 in the front. 3D3, 3D4, 3D. Whoa. Okay, this order doesn't make sense. 3D4 from left to right. 3D3, 3D5. And yet here, according to the game, it should be 4, 3, 5 from left to right. Yet it kind of is, but then that's also reversed too. But when I'm rotating this whole thing, why are these Am I doing something as dumb as dating the based on some kind of distance? Something else. If anything, that should mean translation. No translation. It's just reading stuff. This is another point of weakness. I actually fixed here. It's the opposite way. Let's make this consistent. Because I believe whatever is stored here, but if I'm actually storing it, is the closest spots. Closest spot is giving us the position 3D. It's not really giving you. You know what? This should not be giving just the distance. It should give you the node itself. This should give you an array. Even better, a dictionary. And so whatever I'm storing, this is distance. Closest spot 1 itself is the position 3. Because I'm already storing both the spot and the distance to the world position. So this should work just fine, but I think we got rid of 2 ways of assigning the position. We'll just store it here. And of course, I'm always constantly previewing stuff, and this was screwing things up, I remember. It's empty or not. Just a quick check. How flexible is the var spots dictionary? Can you create a an object here? That actually holds distance information. Interesting. So we could keep an array of objects for dictionary. I might be making this more than complex, but some benefit. Instead of an array of array, let's have an array of objects. So the spot itself is the key. Okay. Here is the distance to that spot. Here is your distance as the value. So when we are sorting it, instead of A0, we are checking A spot, B spot, which is the value. Because you cannot sort dictionaries. Well, this is an array of dictionaries. Which means this is still not solving our problem here. But what this fixes is that instead of an array, we are now outputting a dictionary. Now I think we can do this. Should be able to. And just an empty dictionary will that do? I may do a has key here. Because an empty dictionary won't have. If this fails, I'll go with that. But this is not going to work here because this is not working. Now closest spot is a dictionary which has this as the position, and the key itself is the let me see this. See this. Okay. Now I just entered the trellis area. And it's giving error here because it is trying to find error setting property translation with value of type float. Here's the position. Oh. Right intention, wrong implement. I was keeping the distance. So instead of a proper position, I'm passing the distance. Because I'm actually storing the distance in the yeah, I'm storing the distance. Kind of need that to sort. Then I also need to store the position. But then why would I want to store the position? I was hoping to get that position by accessing the object itself. Is this rotation thing is screwing it up. Okay, undo a bunch, do a bunch. Okay. Undo a bunch. That's fine. I think this is it. That's it. Where I was doing the markers. That's fine. This should work just fine or wrong according to our old assumptions. Here's the wrong thing. This is 180 degrees turned. I'm going to turn this 90 degrees or 45 degrees. What the fuck happens? because in this preview here in the scene, I get to see those spots correct, right? They are not turned around. Mr. Trellis, turn yourself now. Here's Mr. Trellis. Rotate the camera, plant here from this view. See, the fact that now it's kind of all over the place makes me think that this is just my fucked up calculation. Look, it's kind of moving diagonal here. See, there's one here, two here, one, two. It's as if I'm actually in a favorable spot, I might find that fifth one too. Rotate the camera again. Rotate this way, this way. See, one, two, one. Just the object space is screwed up. See, one, kind of there. One, two, three, four. Where's the fifth one? Position 3D 3. Position 3D 2. 3D 4. 3D. See, this 3D is completely wrong. It should be here, and yet it kind of snapped. And in the other rotation, it was even here. So, which can only mean I'm finding the correct one. It's not that the position 3D is translated into the wrong place. I'm actually trying to position this into the position 3D space. But the translation information I should be getting from this guy, plus my own thing here is giving the preview script the wrong coordinates. So in other words, if I had some kind of representation, I'll say, can we just create a very small multi-mesh mesh instance that is going to be just a very tiny cube. Cube. Tiny as size is going to be 0.2. Okay. We will need something like this preview indicator to the player. Okay, here's something is missing. The only problem is I need to change the script where I'm checking the suitability, because now they actually have a child, so they won't be suitable. So we go here. Okay, you're in you're each in one position 3D object. Okay, let's change the code. Is a spot suitable? Yes, sir, it's always suitable for. Yeah. Here's the preview spots. Planting. 1, 2, 3. This arrow is too stiff. The one is there. This one is jumping here. One is there. This one is sort of halfway between. Not quite good. Quite good. Mr. Trellis, you go back to your 180. Spots. Afternoon sun, all visible, pause. And once the game is paused, it's not too. So 1, 2, 3. And that middle. Okay, hypothesis 1. The distance between the root of this plant and the distance between the middle of this cube here. See this distance? Is that the same distance between the center of this cube and when this guy is wrongly positioned here? No. This distance seems to be bigger because it's as if this is covering the whole distance from here to the almost outside to the inside of the board here. But when this is wrongly placed, it's sort of, yeah, I don't think the root is actually here. The root should have been somewhere here unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, I kind of see the root there. It's sort of like right there. So the distance from there to the center of this cube is shorter than the distance from the center of this cube to the bottom of that pepper plant. If the distance was the same, I would say there's some kind of some extra value that I made. It's consistent enough that I could either take the absolute value and subtract that. Close enough and not yet quite there yet. To refresh the water and The fact that we can see stuff. I'm just thinking of another possible solution. Turn off the music now. Let's see. I have a preview scene. This is essentially, holy crap. Are you, but your position is actually updated anyway. Doesn't matter where you are. It's not like we are adding to your, let's zero this in anyway. That's not it because it wasn't consistently minus Z3. But here's the thing, that preview is essentially still the same problem, 3 to 2 reversed. This preview is singleton. And we are hiding and showing it based on whether we are in preview mode or not. That's what this whole thing is doing. So this is showing an asset inside. If there is something to preview. Okay. Now, the way this guy is positioned is always according to the game world coordinates. It's always against the 0, 0, 0. This preview is a singleton. So when we think we are planting something and we are in this trellis object space, the coordinate information is still with regards to this 0, 0. And it is clear that whatever value we are passing to preview station is not quite matching the designated spots here. Because I did not want to create a preview object or scene inside trellis, because then I would have to create preview scene inside every interactive object for every object of type con. Now, if I had a preview object, it would temporarily create that pepper plant, would actually show it. Would it make any difference? Instead of a global position, we will be changing the previous translation according to this object. Something like this. Well, when we say position 3D, here's the translation. The translation formation is according to this trellis's bottom 0, 0. So this is the kind of vector that we are adding to. Holy shit, I think I just answered my own. Because the way I'm doing it here, I'm taking the get parents translation, which is this spot in the game world, plus this. But of course, based on the rotation, this will either be here or here or here. So it's going to change. It's as if I have to take into account kind of the width and depth or the true position, relative position. Because if the world space is here, like say 0, 0, 0 is here, this code, get parent translation, giving us the vector from here to here. And then see, normally this trellis is, so if the world 0 is here, it's first finding the vector here. Then it's trying to find the vector from this bottom part. From here to this spot, you have a vector of like this plus this. But when this is rotated, not taking into account that here's a, if this trellis has not been rotated, if we just rotate our camera angle, will we be able to plant stuff in without any hiccup? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bingo. It's the fucking rotation. Beautiful. This is what we want. When this whole model is rotated, somewhere along this axis, okay? Somewhere along this axis, at the bottom of this trellis, you have this trellis's 0, 0, 0 coordinates. So from the tree base here, first we are drawing a vector to the base of this, and then we are actually finding the distance to this spot, which becomes our vector, which is this vector from the world 0. When this is rotated, we are not taking into account the fact that the distance is supposed to actually change. The distance should grow. And when it doesn't grow, these two spots look like they're actually coming to the back, because when this is all rotated, these two spots sort of, like these two spots are always here. That's correct. The location, the position doesn't change, but when the model is changing, is revolving around these 5 coordinates, then it's as if these 3 points become like the front part of the planter. Just demonstrate this camera view. Here's the same 2 spots that did not change, but the model rotated. And the back 3D places, well, I cannot select it because my camera is instructed, but you completely get what I'm saying. These are those 2 points, and the back 3 points are still there, except the model is now misleading us. So like the local space versus global space. Can we do something? We do translation. Any vector 3D will give us kind of code completion that we need. For example, world position. There's something like local to global, that kind of. That's just between two objects calculate. It's not. We may. Two objects. What's the vector between? It's not calculating. It's kind of, but is feeding the cat. I have to feed the cat, so I'll be back. back. So I see 2 viewers, no comments or questions. So not sure if you just joined or you've been here for a while. So the work that I'm trying to do right now is just trying to position the plant on these previous spots, but there's some problem when the model that contains those previous spots are rotated. So I'm finding the ultimate vector to give the preview singleton. This is based on the world origin. So I'm trying to find the correct vector of these gray spots in trellis space and adding the trellis's origin to the world. So a vector from here to the base of the trellis plus the vector that goes to each one of those positions. It is calculated correctly as long as the trellis is not rotated. Is this? Hey Joseph, I just recognize your picture and then which title. I'm not sure if you just heard of the problem statement. Let me just rotate this object back. Does it show my picture on the Twitch dashboard? I'm using a Restream as part of OBS. It's a plugin. So I think it pulls the profile pictures from Twitch account. So I get to see your nickname, Cloud Sumo, and your picture. That's how I know. So when the thing is rotated properly or rotated has the rotation from the original, I can actually speak proper English. If this trellis is not rotated at all, then 5 designated preview areas works just fine. So we have a beautiful preview system. We can plant this in one of these 5 spots. If the trellis is rotated, then then it's as if it is still remembering the original 5 spots. 2 in the front here, 3 in the back, except now the model is rotated, so it looks like there's a big mismatch. And I'm really not sure why that's happening. Somewhat sure, but not sure how to fix it. Probably by the time I figure it out and just before I implement it, dinner call will be made. Okay, 0, 0, 0. If you could follow up the children to make. Thing is, those 5 children points is position 3D. They are part of this trellis that was actually 100. So not sure why. Here's another way I can. This camera angle is kind of the original camera angle, or this rotation is the original trellis rotation. So the world 0 is somewhere here, sample level. It's like this. Go over again. World origin, trellis, 0 rotation, kind of the center of the This is the center of the trellis right at the bottom. So when you go in here, it says if you are drawing a vector from world origin, that's what the calculation is. Find the parent, and this parent is the trellis itself. So the trellis's position plus the closest spot's position, which means the trellis's position somewhere here, plus let's say this vector, the closest one, is the vector we want to draw from here to here. Everything is fine. So that calculation is not correct when this trellis is rotated, because when this is rotated, although this spot renders here, the vector calculation still thinks it's actually this, like there's this much distance. So it's still trying to draw it here, even though this spot is visually here. It's supposed to calculate from here to here. Rotation, reference position, get parent, get parent. Why are you saying get parent twice? Sure. Because when I'm here, this guy's get parent is trellis. That's the location I want to get. Plus the vector to one of these. If I do get parent. Sure, but I'm not running the script on the positions. I'm running the script on this receptacle GD is running on static body. This is doing the calculations. So, okay, I'll let you read the code. So maybe, yeah, good. Yeah, I'm not running the script on position 3. Otherwise, yeah, it would have been parent to find trellis. But this is actually finding all the positions, getting their, finding some kind of, like the closest thing. The closest spot works actually beautifully. It's this rotation thing, messing it up. It's as if the, let's say we calculate the vector and after the fact we rotate the model, and then the initial distance calculation is not redone. That is the problem, except there's no such thing as rotating the object after the fact. This is actually running every frame. So if 180 degrees is already done, it should just calculate the proper position. Maybe emit a signal for the rotation as well as position. But he said that's the problem. I'm not rotating the model, let's say, as part of the user action. Like say the model is right here. This is actually the initial position. I'll edit this. This is the correct way. Nothing is being rotated. That's fine. Okay. And I don't need to rotate it while the game is running. Imagine I actually designed a level that actually has this trellis rotated just like this. Run the game. So essentially, I should still be calculating the distance from here to the bottom of the trellis to each one of these positions. Except it kind of calculates it according to this kind of like, as if these spots are facing the other way around. Here's where things sort of look fucked up. Just gonna go in. See these 3 spots? They're kind of matching when the whole thing was facing the other way around. So not sure if emitting the signal will do this job. Because here's the thing. If I emit the signal to calculate something, I'm kind of triggering that calculation logic because I am trying to position something. So the fact that I'm trying to calculate something is already happening, but the calculation itself is wrong. And that's not because I'm not finding the rotations. Now, I may take into account the rotation thing right here, but why should I? This whole vector should have worked. And this is when I was investigating whether we have something about local space and world space. And I was going through this list, and then the cat got hungry, fed the cat, and now I'm hungry. Project once returns this vector projected on. Maybe use the rotated method based on rotates this vector around the given axis by final destination rotated illustrate. Worth trying. Need to given vector. So this vector should be the spot's location. If it rotates around this, it's going to give me the rotated. I will add this to the world location. Rotate it a little diff in 3D mode. So I'll try this. The axis would probably vector. So let me just first try the most basic thing. Something. Now I have two spots here. This is where we actually do the preview location. I don't think we have a problem finding, even if you find the wrong spot, if you put it in the right place, this is more important to right now. Bar fixed, say fixed translation. I'm going to put the wrong translation here. Okay, you are wrong. You are going to be right as long as I. So need to be rotated. This has to be running on a vector, which is going to be get parents. Translation. Rotated. And get parent rotation is the fact that it's rotated. Rotation degrees y plus says if I should still add this because this is actually giving me not the fixed version. I should still be adding this to the original coordinates. We are going to get the fixed translation. Moment of truth. So here's the thing. Some shit happened here, but everything went. It says if I briefly saw something here. Yeah. It's not here at all. You know what? I think I understand what you mean. The axis, this is not the axis. I'm giving the degrees. You're right. This should be the vector 3 up, or in this case, this is what you were saying. It. Yeah, I need to put the rotated first takes the rotation, then the second parameter is the rotation vector. Oh, you are right. You're absolutely right. First, I actually fucked this up by not writing it properly, but now I'm putting in the. This should be the round axis. Which makes me think I'm actually doing this wrong. This should be translated. This translation should be rotated around this axis by the parent's rotation, which is rotation degrees. That's where I was going in the right place, but I put the wrong thing. There's something going on, promising. Not quite, but there's one, two, sort of 3 different spots here and there. There's this try my snippet closer. See your script. Get parent translation. That much is for sure. Plus, closest spot translation. Vector 3 something. Get parent rotation. But that's going to give us vector 3 and actually accepting float. Same now. So I'm referring to your just maybe the axis. No, the axis is I think correct because it's 0, 1, 0. It's the y going up. Vector 3 up, yep, that's the one. This phi, okay, you know what? This is radians. I'm putting it in like an idiot in degrees. So this should be degree to rad. It. I'm 99.9% confident this will work. That's the 0.1 that I'm not. It actually kind of works. It's too finicky. I'll tell you what's not working. When my cursor is here, it's putting it in here. Like, let's say it's as if this is kind of going in the opposite direction of my mouse. Like say, consider this as the 0 axis of the trellis. When I'm here, look at the opposite direction. When I'm coming this way, it's putting in the middle. When I'm coming down this way, it's the opposite angle it puts here. So to put the plant here, I have to go going in this direction. And then if I move up here, it's going to put it to the unit down below. So by doing this, yeah, fixing a bug and then 2 other pop up. This 180 degree is smart. Like we just rotate it. So that 180 is basically saying, well, here's your cursor. Here, because where the cursor is the world position, we are passing this calculation. So it's as if we just took a model, we rotated it 180 degrees around this center point, and that's where it's actually facing. And that is based on this axis here, right in the middle. Which makes me think we kind of changed the nature of the problem here. We might be getting either closer or relatively far, or same distance from the solution. So it's broken in a different consistent sense. Okay, this is where I'm actually emitting the whole preview. I think if I actually do it this way, not the fixed translation, but I'm just going to pass the original world position. Just want to rule out some stupid behavior. Okay, so this is actually world position, and the plant is following the cursor. That's beautiful. And I had this problem before too. Like there's a different problem. Once I'm in the trellis space, when I go out and enter the ground object, this plant should actually align itself along this axis on the ground. It's right now within the trellis space. That's a separate problem. But ideally, when this is snapped to the cursor, my cursor should be coming to this spot, so it actually snaps. The way we kind of fixed it works, but then it's counterintuitive. The cursor should be somewhere here, so I'm placing it here, so it's not intuitive. If I'm gonna put it here, it kind of puts it here. If I'm putting it here, it puts it here because of that rotation. So it's as if this also has to take the difference. Closest spots, trying something dumb. Definitely. Does the raycast logic check the position for the origin? It might, but I'm not depending on raycast. Previous message no longer. Yeah, I actually specifically didn't want to depend on raycast. The way I'm doing this is kind of smart because I first tried to do this raycast way because people learn shit in Unity. There's all that raycasting and such. But this is what I found out. When a 3D object has a static body, there's this, and it also has a collision shift. There's an input event. This already gives you this object's position in the world. Basically, you kind of become aware of which object is triggering this. And that's essentially making a raycast because if I'm over this object, this is now firing its own input event. If I'm over this object, this fires its own input. That's essentially raycasting to see which object I'm hitting. Problem is when you do raycasting, you start to eliminate stuff. You go into the like tagging area, if stuff is obscuring each other or not, or how deep should your raycast go. I understand that's old school. It may be necessary under different circumstances, but I find it really if you're using a game engine, it should make it obvious for you what object you're, because this object, for it to render, this object exists. Just follow the events. Luckily, Godot giving you that information. So really, this position information is really about me not finding the proper position here. And because this workflow is new, it's not as simple as swapping sprites in a 2D game. It's a bit different, minimal. It's the daily Unity hissing done. On a more cool note, while maybe I'm gonna fix this tonight or not, this is I think you already grasped the idea what I'm trying to do, because you also joined the stream the other day too. I had that factory thing, object factory, which creates objects with possible space inside that you could render another object. So this I'm working on that kind of. And sometimes it gets dark. Gotta fix the whole light stuff. So rotation. There is something. I have another question, not necessarily. Uh, I'm thinking out loud. This question is more. This trellis's origin is here. Bottom. See it. What if I had a different type of had a completely different origin point? What difference would it have made? From 0, 0 to translation to plus this, whether it's rotated or not. Either this or this. In the first simple case, wrong, we know. Second case is kind of correct, but it's not in. So a vector that was calculated here to this now has to be projected. Oh, so the closest point logic should be rotating around 800. Yeah, but I won't know that 108. The player will be hitting it, but then I'll probably be able to read that really. So where am I hitting that 108? To the fixed translation code, I believe. Yeah, kind of patch fix work. Yeah, so you're basically saying if we find a version that works, and start cleaning it up. In the degree to radiant function. I see. So hard code 180. I believe that's what. Add this. So this is giving us a vector. So I need to Oh, so whatever degrees I have, it's like this maybe. Sure. I don't know. Well, it's the same problem. I was actually gonna tell you. So these two are kind of facing the other way. These three are the back parts. This thing is rotated. It's the three in the back, two in the front. It's matching, but because the unit is rotated, still the mismatched places to the previous. This get parent rotation degrees is essentially minus 180. I mean, we could try to give it minus 180 for what it's worth. I think it's the same problem. Yeah, I'm giving the fixed translation just in case. So, okay, the weird thing is this. Without giving minus or plus 180, because here's the thing, if you give plus 180, it's 0. If you give minus 180, it's minus 360, which is 0. So it's essentially the same thing. If you don't give anything, this is actually truly minus 180 degrees in radiant, because the other two is still the 0 radiant. I know that. This is working, except that not intuitive cursor play. Yes. And you know, in all this calculation, I only use world position. World position. This is the world position. Here's a vector from here to the. If I need to add something to this vector, what would I be adding? I would be adding, or maybe I need to do projection. So here's get parent translation, which is the base of trellis, and here's a vector. If I do a projection, I kind of want to get to the bottom of the project method. If anyone has a visual representation of that, I kind of know what it means, but I want to can either try to see what it's doing. Just to document. How do you make this is kind of what we are relative to. Transform basis that I doubt it. Let's I'll find that returns this vector, passing in a vector. projected onto another vector. I think instead of looking at this BD concept, vector projection. Okay, this is what I'm kind of, either one of them. If I have a vector A and A1, A1's projection on A is A2. That's what I remember from high school. Or more like this. So you have A. Yeah, I said the wrong things. You have vector A and B. A1 is the projection and A2 is the normal. So you have A, B. Yeah, this is the orthogonal, which is the normal. Because you will always find a vector, whether it's 0 or not, that is orthogonal to B, that is facing the tip of this A. Of course, if the angle is 0, then this orthogonal vector will be 0. That's kind of like where you do the dot product. This is the projection. In other words, how much of this vector A exists in B? That's what this is. And if they are going in opposite directions, then you won't find any part of A, part of B. So that's like how are they actually going in opposite directions, that sort of thing. Again, part of the dot product. How is this relevant in my case? Morning hours, please. Close the game. Here's my roll position. Somewhere. I'm somewhere here. Always. Here's a vector from here to, and then I could also have a vector from here to the base of the trellis plus this vector, which is the vector from here, not quite here, but to station. So if I have a vector here, vector, the projection will give me something. But let's try. I don't think it's going to work. Doesn't make sense. So the fixed translation, projected translation, the new variable. Oh, this was somewhat correct. We want to get the wrong translation. Going to be a vector. Project. We are trying to project it to the world position or the other way. Project. Run this. Equipment. Interesting. Yeah, is the projection bit. Because this whole thing started off as degrees or not. The funny thing is, this camera angle was blocking my view before. At least in the projected mode, I actually kind of get to plant in this obscured part. It's not logical, but at least it's giving me This is still wrong anyway because it's not snapping. It's not really finding it. This is doing a lot of projections, which is too dynamic. We are trying to snap. Because we are trying to snap in either one of these calculations, we should never add this, because this is always where I am actually on the trellis. Any one of these moves here is firing a different rolled position. It's a lot of decimal values, float values. We are trying to get 5 distinct positions here, 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 which means the initial logic of finding the object position plus the distance to the possible planting growing spot is solid, except this 100 and the fuck up. So go away. This is the unintuitive correct version. This version dating the unintuitive, but okay, I want to try something a little bit more daring, something I've never done. Godot. We say cursors. It's my own cursors. What if I change the mouse position? Yeah, but it's dumb. If I arbitrarily change the mouse position from here to here, like jumping, then when I jump here, then it's going to render it here. And when I move the mouse here, it's going to jump it to a different get global mouse position. Yeah, only to update the mouse position, but then yeah, that's what I thought. So, get global position, get mouse position. So how? Where am I? Receptacle. Receptacle is part of this, which is the body. Yeah, I think that might be 2D only. I think, yeah, you don't get the mouse position, you get the screen space, and you do projection from screen space to world space. And that's how you can actually do that raycasting, or in this case, we're already getting the world position. But how do we get that, like, kind of come back from there? There is a way, but I don't know how to affect the mouse actually. I think camera method had of course I need to find the camera itself, which is here. Yeah, this is what I was actually doing the initial raycasting, which proved to be sort of video project position. This is giving you the mouse position on the screen space, so it's like space. And from that mouse position, which is this, you project it, and it gives you a vector in the board. But then you have to go into that part where you have to eliminate, get rid of the objects you don't want to select. And another method here was also giving you, say you have a world coordinate, but it's giving you this screen space coordinate, and then you can actually set the mouse here. Only I had the camera here, it would project position. Just need to read. Yeah, I think it was on project position. Come from the world view to the screen. Yeah, you put in a world point 3D, and then it gives you the screen space vector. Vector. Either way, how do we change the mouse cursor? But then problems, definitely not. That's a nice function. Yep, it is actually. Not my function. You meant the Godot function. Yeah, I find it really second able to. This is the kind of case that I go online to a forum site. By the time I get to describe my problem, between the questions like give us code examples, tell us what you want to do. It's like, okay, it'll be a fucking day or a week. I don't want to do that. Because then the answers will be something like so trivial. Just read this function, that function. Yeah, but I'm kind of doing that anyway. It's not that people are not helpful. It's just that for them to understand the nature of problems, like, well, they kind of have to read the whole code. I don't know how I can do that efficiently. Let's try something else. Sample level. Here's an object. Let's just move this object here. So let's move it somewhere, sort of here. Okay. Now this is still rotated. Still same. Here's a vector. What if minus 3? Funny thing, I was just thinking, I was thinking with like this should be plus because the degree doesn't matter. If values are minus, just adding a minus value to. But this still the same problem. This counterintuitive. This axis is giving the opposite. Here, still doing the opposite. And you are going to say instead of putting the minus here, putting it here. According to what I know, how the radians work is, or say never. The way they taught us the whole radiance stuff in high school, quite interesting. I'm not sure if they actually teach the radiance in North America, but my high school was French immersion, and boy, did they go crazy over radiance. So we did the whole geometry class like for many years in radiance. Kind of cool though, like once you understand the basic premise that you touched radiance, but it's so basically you always q pi r um, is the circumference of the circle. Basically, you have r times the degrees the circle, while 2 pi is 360 degrees. That's the only thing you need to know. That's it. So then pi is 180. Pi over 2 is 90 degrees. It's actually simple. You know, I think what is missing here is this. When I'm along this edge, if we output world position, this would actually put some values. There's a distance between the coordinates here that are firing and the trellis origin. I don't quite know if that distance is relevant to the calculation, but let's move this to its original spot. Let's also make working. Okay, I'm going to try something here about this world position. Because if I could answer that question here, I think uh, it's going to help us in the other case. Now the world position is different, actually, on the top part of this trellis. And yet it's still snapping to 3 possible positions. So this is expected. It's kind of nice, you know, it gives flexibility. Sure, it's one thing to snap this cursor to the bottom of this plant, but and here kind of actually see the problem. Like this, in essence, this may be a problem case too. When I'm here, by convention, the calculation is doing this. What is the closest of those 5 growing spots to my world position? Which is this one. So when I move just a bit away, this one becomes the closest spot. Then I'm trying to draw a vector from the world origin to the trellis's origin plus the path of that position. Um, so the only time the world position matters is to know how far I am in the world position to one of these spots. But here's some kind of boo-boo here. I'm kind of close to this spot, top right one, and yet the preview snaps to this area. Isn't that odd? Only if I actually go ahead to a little bit further. Now this calculation is done based on distance, so maybe the distance is really correct. Let me just move everything. Maybe the way you know what? I think I'm calculating the distance wrong. Not that it kind of matters in the scheme. Where is my distance calc script? So I'm taking the trellis origin plus this. But okay, I'm actually this makes sense though. I'm actually checking it to the world position. Oh, you know what? This is where I had that problem with doing it. If we are doing the rotation thing, we are not doing the rotation thing. This is not getting that rotated. This is still checking it if it's not rotated. So I either write one thing that actually is kind of down here and then clicking here, or I just sloppily actually copy this. Get parent translation is spot translation. It's basically the closest spot, but this is just 5 spots, and then this works in this context. So this is it's kind of is this spot, but this should actually be Moment of truth. This was working in. This is sort of intended. I like this logic. Closer to this area than this. The front part, I go sort of midway and a little bit away from the mid zone. Then and here's where it's a little bit close enough. Okay, now let's try the edit in this case. You noticed would it be the size of my collider? I noticed it was a bit tall. I'll show you collider, why it may seem tall. Okay, done. So I just was not calculating the distance. Those two data structures were not properly aligned. Awesome. So this behavior of like midline and going a little bit away, that takes you to the back zone. That's actually happening. Maybe it could actually have a bit more finesse, but this is it. Back 3 units, the front 2 units. So yeah, but just so you know, I'll show you this. Because it's, it's about learning together. Here's a static body. This needs a collision shape. I didn't want to put one big collision shape, because if the camera is here and a player wants to click this area to select something distant in the perspective, I wouldn't want this area to capture that click. So I have a box collider here and another box collider that is as tall as this board here. I think maybe that's what you noticed, tall unit. I may actually further break this down to a bit more fine box too. I could have more precise placements if you shrink the smaller box collider. This bottom one? Smaller. So the top of the bottom is where the thing. I kind of don't think so, because this whole shape is only triggering whether we are in the trellis area or not. It's not really giving any information to the position. So when you say the top of the bottom is where the position 3D, so you're kind of saying I should be shrinking this to somewhere here, but I'm not sure how that's going to affect the positioning data, because all this is doing is just triggering the input, not what the mouse event is being triggered. Well, it kind of is, but then it has no relevance whatsoever after. Like, all this is doing, this is basically saying, okay, in this area the mouse is going to trigger static bodies input event. This wouldn't fire if you didn't have collision shape. Now, how big and how close these things are, it's not quite relevant. So in other words, this is what I'm going to show you. Here's my static body, the front part. I'm just going to pull this like kind of one whole unit to the front. But doesn't the input event has the position? It does, but the whole position that is given is the whole trellis's position, not the inside. Well, it kind of inside, but let me demonstrate you this thing. Now the collision is actually here, but never here. There's some collision here. So when I'm here, as you can see, I'm actually triggering. Normally this shouldn't happen because I'm outside the trellis. When I'm inside here, Well, this is firing because the bottom of the trellis is actually still here, but here it should not trigger as far as I know. I'm completely wrong. Yeah, this camera angle is weird because I'm always making contact in. I should be moving this like somewhere else and this somewhere else like this. Like, you see my point, right? The collision object is so far out. Like, I'm actually interacting with the trellis because the collision object is here. And then the back part is somewhere here. I think I pulled it really far. 3-4 units somewhere here, yeah. So you know what I'm saying, right? I'm actually not in the object space, but in the collision space. What portion of code is getting the mouse position? Okay, let's I think this is what you mean. So thanks to these two, static body is firing this, which is then gonna get what's triggering. If the triggers are closer to plots, then you can. I don't agree, but I'm okay to follow your direction. Say when I'm here. So you are going to suggest that I make this closer to this area? It's just above the position 3D right now. I have to actually extend it to the bottom too, but I think this is what you are saying. But there's another problem with this. I need to put maybe. I don't think it would make it any good because it's never really about accuracy. It's about you're either entering this whole object space or not. And then the whole trouble was first knowing if I'm entering this object space. And once I knew I was in that object space, say if I'm here or here or here, I was actually creating conventions. From gameplay logic, if the player is pointing at this top part of the trellis and they're in preview mode, I thought, would be nice to position it here so that they are not actually just zooming in and then just placing something so close to the designated spot. Like I think my problem wasn't the accuracy, it was just calculating it. The mouse position from the collision. Actually, I'll give you the full answer. When the collision is triggering this, the static body now got some calls from collision shape. This actually gives you the click position. This is kind of a misnomer. This is basically the position of mouse over, not necessarily. This position is essentially what we were discussing earlier. It is your mouse in the 2D space projected into the world space and where it is in the world. Now, you could do that for any object, but the fact that that is firing when you are in this object space is when I'm interested in following that. And when I know that I'm in this space, it has nothing to do with the accuracy. It's going to fire even if I'm here or in the top part or even on the side part. From that point on, I was initiating the whole convention position. But it'll be always the same accuracy regardless of where you are because it's doing that camera projection anyway. The fact that it's triggered means that the mouse has entered this blue area. So the accuracy of the blue area is only to, like, let me just give you a case like this. Say you created a collider but you did it like this. Okay, now half of this post is outside the collider. If you run the game, if the player comes here, it's not going to fire. It's only going to fire when they come. Now I think I can actually simulate. Here I'm actually on ground. I have mouse entered ground on the left side here. You are going to see. Here I'm still ground, and I'm even though visually I'm entering the trellis space, I'm not firing the interactive mouse entered. Only when I actually get to the half of that post, then it's firing. So this part is not really firing the accuracy, but more so, yeah, you are actually now within this object space. So click position is not trellis's position. Click position is actually click position will be filled with the camera's projection. Okay, you are actually partially right. I have to go back and change a bunch of things, but I'll tell you what maybe if I actually this is going sample level ground static body interactive. I have it. Okay, this is going to be about to answer your question. I think this might. Okay, I'm on the ground object. This is constantly firing the position. This position information, this vector you see, is let's say like here the mouse is 100 pixel x 100 pixel y, but in the world space I'm in xyz 8 units 0 minus 1, and that is actually consistent. I know because here it's 0 0 0. So you can actually see value is getting closer to the 0, here incrementing in the x. So this is actually giving the world coordinates because the camera is not obstructed and I'm actually hitting the ground. It's like raycasting, but automatically done for me, and it gives the object information as well as the world position. When I go into this area, I'm not outputting the coordinates, but this coordinate is now giving me actually okay, forget about the trellis because I have the same logic for raised bed, and it's actually a perfect case here. You can see here from here um, the bottom of this cube is snapped to the floor. Okay, we are going in minus in the z's. You can see the z values going down, down, down. We are in the minus values, and I know the center of this cube is around 5. Or actually minus 6, right? Is the center. So when I run these values, something like you'll actually understand how the whole thing maybe clicks quickly. When I'm looking at when I'm positioning my cursor right on the top of this cube, the value you are seeing is 0, 2, minus 5. This is 2 in the y because this cube is 2 units high. So it's actually sitting 2 units off the floor. So it makes sense that I see 0, 2, minus 5. So those coordinates are always according to this 0 point, but which object is triggering it is a different matter. So you could actually get similarly like similar values, but a different object might be triggering it. I'm not sure if I'm confusing you more. I think it's a design decision. Yeah. Yeah, it actually tracks mouse position, kind of, no, yeah, without collisions. Yeah, yeah. No, you're welcome. So this actually gives you another interesting thing. This is where it really blew my mind. This click normal business, and I think round it to. This is where this thing is really, really powerful. I'm gonna put it here. I can't see your chat, but I'll just push it aside. Um, Now I know vector-wise that this is like for raised bed 0 to -5 in the world coordinates. But look at the normal vector. It's showing that it's 0, 1, -1. So if I put any object on this, it's still gonna try to go up in Y. But when I go to the side of this building, it's changing the normal vector to -1, 0, 0. And -1 is this. This is actually plus X. This is -1. So essentially, if you have an object sticking out of this surface, if you move your mouse to this surface, you would want that object to sort of wrap itself around this object to be sticking out of this wall. So that gives you a very easy way to place objects along the surface normals. And if you come here, this is going to give 0, 0, -1 because this is -1 in the Z direction. So something else will be sticking out of this surface. So that's also super cool too. So if I had to place something along this trellis, I will know whether it should be facing this way or the opposite way. So that's super powerful. And I'm using that normal for the placement logic. Yeah, I can actually use that for that. Like the camera basically knows um, I'm actually hitting this surface. It gives me the coordinates, and then if I had to place something, it shouldn't, like in a dumb way, put the object growing in, like, you know, occupying a space inside this object. It should most likely stick out of this surface. So the normal information could be used for that. Yeah, yeah. It's super easy. Like I really appreciate the way they handle this in Godot. That any object that has static body uh, gives its position in the world, also gives its normal based on which surface you are interacting. Um, So once you have those two pieces of information, then whatever you want to do is kind of up to you. This case that I was working here is more like my own game design concern. But I think it's very coming along, that rotation thing with your help. So I'm so great you helped me out with that. So I think my main problem here was that I keeping the calculation in two different spots. Maybe I'll consolidate that. When we fixed it here, we were not actually keeping the fixed distances suitable spots, so then there was a mismatch. But I'm still a little bit pissed off about this whole rotation. It's as if it should not be needed, but whatever works. And maybe one day I'll actually fix the light so we can actually see the game. So I believe this is precise enough. Do you think? What do you think? This is the back. And maybe there is a bit of mismatch here, like this cursor is still not quite because I'm still hovering this top left part. Yeah, I think that's really the only missing. But I mean, let's put it this way. When you want something uh, broken, at least like programmers. I'm sure you'll agree with this. As long as it's consistently broken, it's fine. When it's sort of intermittently or arbitrarily broken, then you really don't know where you're gonna go with that. Now that this is sort of like, okay, can actually work on it. But all those rotation values were throwing us off. Like it was. Um, it might be that this model's origins point is not exactly at the bottom. I have to double check. Pepper. It is, but then I kind of see a bounding box that is way bigger. Nevertheless, there's so much to change about this model and everything else. This is actually great news. Because what I'm planning to do next is only allow the user, the player, to plant the pepper plant in these two spots, but then the back spots will be reserved for climbing type of. So you could grow beans and peas here, but maybe taller ones here in the front. So for now, I'm doing a very basic check. Um, like I'm basically saying every spot is available. Previously it was as long as the spot is not filled, but this has to be done properly. Like if that spot is suited for climby or just a tall plant, that sort of thing. That has to be done with some kind of node here with the groups. It's a growing spot, but maybe designated for, see, this one is like normal plants. And I think I'm not going to do this manually, ideally. This is where the tool that you and I were discussing will be. Maybe I'll be able to export that information. Because when I have hundreds of models, I don't want to come here and assign groups to. I'm just debating whether I should have dinner or continue a bit. Let me grab some water and then think about it. So I'll be back soon. Or I can stream mine. Yes. This is actually very exciting. Did I fix the model for what was I importing? The something else. Beans. Why don't I preview beans? Do that in planting panel. Let's preview beans. Let's escape to the preview. Let's come fast forward some morning out. Here's beans. These beans should not be put here, but will only be put here. Write the code for it. Hmm? Yeah, I'm gonna do something radical. Do something acceptable. All this shit. Can't we just do the wasn't it a draw function? Yeah, why? Funny. It kind of brings everything. Indented block expected up. Yet it's overridable function called by the draw the camp. Draw arc character. Circle. Draw line. Draw line from here to here. This is the shit. Do that by start the nope. Fixed trans. Just going to put a down variable name. Yep. You know what I decided? I'm going to put draw calls here so I can actually see. And yeah, I'm not passing it. So this would have actually answered some of our problems. Where are we trying to put things, right? Okay. Because now I'm trying to fine-tune this work. When I'm here, I'm close enough to here. fine. But when I go into this zone, I'm still not jumping to this preview zone. Ideally, it should be. So I want to see the lines from the center of the object to each one of these spots, and where it thinks the closest spot is. Well, obviously here, because that's why it puts. To get some kind of visual print. This is helpful to a certain extent. Throughout it is var preview position. Okay, going to the vector 3. The preview position is essentially the fixed locator. 1 to vector. No longer used. Not relevant. Cleanup is so from the center of trellis to the preview position, and I think here goes color. Put red shamelessly. I think this is thickness. Side draw line color, and then release something color red. Draw line is declared in the because it should be part of the canvas. Base class of anything 2D. That explains. So what's the 3D equivalent of draw line? Any kind of visual debugging. The way it's done in Unity, you have that debug.line or something. There is no debug class in there. Debug draw for draw line 3D. Makes sense. But which class that should we even care? That's someone's custom there. Draw line. Yeah, when I type draw of like anything, nothing shows up. So print debug. Yeah, this is only when debug mode stack. It's the Gordon Ramsay print. It's raw. Always steal this. Godot. Oh, I see. So you're saying someone's custom. You meant custom, not a custom written. This is what's worrying me though. This extends no 2D. Yeah, I think this is or let me think. You might be actually doing some kind of projection business here to Well, essentially all 3D becomes 2D at then. So maybe he's trying to get the 3D information and he projects it into 2D space. And we kind of get fooled that it looks like 3D. We just quick look at it. If there's any hint of that, then I think this might work. But this is kind of because there's this shit. This is interesting. Yeah, there's on project position. So I think this is what exactly what I think it's doing. So getting the camera, I'm projecting from lines I, what lines, process. So I need to fill this with some kind of init start and lines, range line. Where am I keeping I think this looks too hand-coded for me. So, sorry, hard-coded. I can't be passing what I'm trying to render. This is rendering what's... Do we even have a place where we are maybe appending to here? Draw line. Okay, start and start. Start is as long as it's vector 3. Don't know. Alternative snippet immediate geometry via Discord. Discord to the rescue. Func draw line vector 3 A and B. Good. Begin. Immediate geometry map. Immediate spatial. That's promising. Visually. Draw simple geometry from code. Again, primitive. Primitive lines. This might be it. Add vertex A and B, which is okay, good. This might actually just work. Shamelessly copying it from Word. You know, I want to actually first do this. Is this drawing running in spatial? Does it actually? I don't think this is running. So draw line. I should be putting that inside. Maybe process that. I'll be making the call to draw line. Doesn't this begin is not going to find itself because it should belong to something else. Exactly about this. Okay, of course, this is not vector. I think that code that you found looked a bit more like it written in a different draw line. So this is the draw line. This color red is no longer relevant. Acid is going to be we don't pass it. Mesh is going to be. Then we have these bits where Begin isn't declared. Intermediate geometry. It's as if this should actually belong. Okay, I think I'm not. Maybe your comment. Your Twitch keeps crashing. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. I think it's stable again. So I don't know if you missed anything. So I just grab your function from Discord. Put it here. I had to fix the function definition. But this was like vector3 space a. I had to fix the definition here. But I think this is just not going to work because these methods are expecting to run on an instance of immediate geometry. Yeah, I need the node, but then if I have the node, where am I going to put inside this trellis here? Immediate node. Put here. Immediate geometry. Draw simple geometry. So this is getting interesting and scary at the same time. Why is it scary? Because dinner is soon. I have to stop. Why can't I find immediate geometry? I think I would need a child node. Yep, the child node is there. Actually comment out. I am in here. I go parent. Actually, I can do this with get node. Get geometry. Okay. Immediate geometry. The node. Okay, and now we can start something like write the most horrible code just a few minutes before dinner is served. That color. That color. That color is 1 being white. So bye bye. Draw line. Big to 3 shit. Okay, fingers crossed. Here's a line. It's 1 but I think this is just an artifact here. Some kind of, that's my graphic card. Here's a line. So we say yay. And I have to sign off at this point. This has been super fun, super helpful. Thank you for your help. Tomorrow is my business development day, but I think I'll skip and make for game development. Because May 12th is approaching and I have to finish the demo. So for now, that's it. Have a good night and see you tomorrow.